Afternoon, everybody. God, that was a bit chaos then. My computer's saying it's just turned 1400 now, but my clock in the other room says it's 5 past. So I'm confused as to what the actual time is at the moment. Normally I use my phone, but I've left my phone downstairs because I had to shoot up here and do some emergency work to the computer. So anyway, let's just catch up with the chat first, and then we'll go over what I've been messing with here just now. So we've got Timothy. Hi, Timothy. Dorf's in. Hi, Dorf. Let's put this on live chat. Apologies, I'm still not brilliant. I've still got a bit of a funny throat. So apologies for the voice. Simon's World. How you doing, Simon? Don't give up. I never give up on stuff, mate. It might take me a long time sometimes, but I usually do get there in the end. The only one I can honestly say I've never ever been able to sort out was that AOR receiver. That really done my head in. But apart from that, I pretty much managed to fix everything eventually. Hi, Chris Milky. Hopefully you've got your radios back in one piece, Chris, and you're happy with them. Batamble. Hello, Joe. How are you, mate? Prison tea, Russian prison tea. Aaron, how are you, mate? Wet? Yeah, it's not very nice here either. Rob Titheridge, hi Rob. Nick Petronics, hi Nick. Derek's in, Derek Cooper, hi Derek. Rob's in, thank you for the super chat, Rob. It almost looks smoky up in that corner, doesn't it? No, that corner. Up here. It's a bit smoky. I don't know whether they've got a dirty lens on the camera or something, I'm not sure anyway. Mac Vision, hi. Multi, hi Multi. Retro Tech, hi Christoph. Fishing OAP next week. Another 2 months for Christmas time, yeah. Afternoon, Barry. Bob Anderson, part 4. I know. I mean, normally these radios, you basically do the capacitors and they're fine. They work fine. This one's having other thoughts. Let's fingers crossed we can. Could snow this forecast, you never know. John Hood, how are you, John? Michael Hyde. Bretsky's in. Hi, Brett. Andrew Littleboy. Hi, Andrew, how are you? David Tipton. Welcome this week. An awesome job on that case, mate. I've only just watched that video late yesterday, so I've not put a comment on yet, but if you've not seen David Tipton's latest video on finishing that case, he's done an amazing job on that. Jesse, good afternoon, Jess. How are you? Rob thinks it's a transistor. Hi, Danish. Hi, Gavin. John Turner, hi John. And John Turner was the chap that sent me the... I think that's that light there, isn't it? No, there's definitely some light glare in there. John sent me the headphones and the frequency counter board for the Grundig last week. I had my reservations whether the board would work, but it worked. So John now has his Grundig all working again. Afternoon, Benji. Afternoon, Rolf. SRS warning light on your Honda Civic. I did get your email, Rolf, as well about the SDR, so I must respond to that, mate. Peter Carter, hi Peter. So hopefully we've got lots of technical people in today that are going to be able to help me sort out what the hell is wrong with this radio. So the last time we looked at it, which was a week before last, because I had the barbecue last week, which went very well. Week before last we looked at this, and I'd sorted out the switching problem between upper and lower sideband. That was the ribbon cable, which I repaired. That worked fine now. But the SSB is very difficult to resolve. You can sort of hear it, but it's very garbled. So something wrong in the SSB circuit. And when we tune past, I think it's about 12 megs, the radio just resets. It turns itself off and resets back to the default 105, I think it is, on the screen. So something really not right with that. I don't know what the situation with it before was. Whether that was happening before, I don't know. But if if we can catch hold of Clint at some stage. If he jumps in, then maybe he can tell us whether this is a new fault or whether it was on there before. So my thoughts on the matter are it might still be a problem with that ribbon cable. It might be a broken track somewhere, where the muck from the capacitors has got down one of the through holes maybe, and dissolved a through hole, which does happen with these. It could be that. It could be there's a second crystal in this, and there's part of the circuit that I haven't been able to do an alignment or check, because you need this little amplifier thing made up. So I've managed to sort out, I hope, in box number 19, wherever the hell that is, I've got the FET that you need to make up this little amplifier circuit. Hi Mike Cass. So that's the plan for today, really, is I'm going to buzz out the I'm going to go through every single, there's 24 pins to this this flex cable, so I need to trace 24 pins back onto the board. I did say originally it wasn't one for the live stream, but I know everybody was really keen to try and find out and wanted to help, so I thought let's just go for it and try it again, give it another go. Derek reckons it's a ribbon connector. Yeah, I've got a feeling it's got to be something to do with that, Derek, because I can't see any damage on the board. Really can't. Derek Tuffman, afternoon, Derek. So the bench is in a bit of a mess. As I say, last week we did those headphones and the frequency counter board. So we've still got bits of that all over the bench. I haven't been up here. Well, I haven't been up here. And can you remember last week we had, well, in fact I think in the last 2 weeks we've had problems with the computer cutting out. Well, sure enough, I thought today before I come on live, I'm going to get to the bottom of that. I took the case off, the bottom of the case of my laptop here, and lo and behold, the fans were absolutely caked in dust. How they went round at all, I do not know. So you might be able to hear the fans today if I shut up. Can you hear that? They are now working properly, so we shouldn't have any problems with the computer stopping midstream. That was definitely what it was. B, how are you doing, B? Start with a feedback pin to the digital board. Afternoon, Derek. Yeah, I think I've said hello, Derek. Yeah, afternoon, mate. But yeah, we're okay. We're getting there, mate. We're still under the weather, to be fair. I've had a bit of a sore throat this week. Still got a tickly cough and still got a cold. Keep thinking it's COVID, but keep testing for COVID and it comes back negative every time, so it's a bit of a mystery, really. You can't hear them above your own fans. There's absolutely nothing happening at the moment, Benji, apart from me yabbering on. In fact, I think I've got this camera a bit bright because we usually got to turn it up a bit because the sun goes down and it gets dark in here. That's a bit better. Dear. How was the barbecue? Did you get blown away? Yeah, I know. It was crazy, wasn't it? They still went ahead with the barbecue, but we all stood indoors, and Ron, who was running it, had to go out, brave the elements on the barbecue at the back, and then ferry it all back in again. So yeah, Rob is saying dust can be a problem. Anybody that's got a laptop, half decent laptop with a powerful processor, is going to have a fan in it. Now this has got 2 fans in this one. It's a gaming laptop. Is this one? Yeah, let's just turn the camera around. You can have a quick look at the laptop a minute. Let's turn that camera around even. Let's move my microphone out of the way of the camera. Let's go. So there's my my laptop that I use for streaming. As you can see, it's Republica Gaming, Republica Gamers laptop. It's a very powerful. It's got a i7 8th generation processor in it. It's a pretty powerful machine, and it's got ports down the side on both sides. Oh, strange, my stream dropped then. Maybe I touched something. What? It's still working. Is your laptop ready for Windows 11? Yeah, it is ready for Windows 11. It keeps prompting me to do it. Yeah, I don't know what I touched there, but for some reason my fans have gone to a lower speed again. Let's just check that. Yeah. Finger trouble. Yeah, definitely back. It just, for some reason, it just dropped out. Yeah, the fans are going slow again now. Let's put it on overboost. Oh, they're ramping up again now. I'm expecting to see big clouds of dust being blown out the side. Did so, you mate? Finger about. Yes, you've had a week in Turkey as a reward. Feel a wreck, suspect COVID. Yeah, there is a lot of COVID about. I don't know, Benji. The intro seemed to run okay this end. Anyway, so this is the laptop that I use for the stream, and this is my Stream Deck, which I run all the apps on, all the different cameras I switch with this one. So you can hear it, it's just ramped up now. Look. It's going mega loud at the moment. Your CPU is 3.2 gigahertz, but you're safely running it on almost 4. Whoa, that is hellish loud now. I put it on overboost. Can you hear that? Right, let's switch back to me for a minute while I sort everything out here. That fan is running mega fast now. So the setting I had it on before was probably the right one. Apologies for the noise because the mic is on the desk now. Another job I haven't had a chance to do is sort out that dodgy mic lead on my lapel mic. It's like a wind tunnel, is it? It's like a waterfall. I think we'll stick it back to balanced. So balanced, I think that means it'll ramp up and down according to the load on the CPU. So if it gets hot, it'll kick in, that sort of thing. So yeah, apologies for the noise, but maybe something we can have a look at as well then today is to get that lapel mic working again, because I just need to rewire the plug on it. Let's move that microphone back out of the way a bit. It says knocking loads of stuff off the bench. Yeah, it's one of those things you don't really think about that, do you? But it's surprising. I can't remember how many years I've had this. I probably had this laptop about 4 or 5 years now, and I've not done anything to it. I've never bothered, and I only found the instructions for it the other day, and it said about removing the bottom panel to clear the dust out. It actually tells you in the user manual to do it. So luckily I did, because otherwise I would have had some issues with my laptop, and it would have had to go off for repair, and there would have been all sorts of problems. I'm not really into doing laptop repairs. It could have damaged the processor, and then probably it's a throwaway job, isn't it? Or can they be replaced? I think you can replace a processor, can't you? But it's whether it overheats any of the components on the board, then you're in some serious trouble. Right, I'm just having a bit of a Bit of a do here. Put some of the stuff back. I'm trying to think what else I've done this week. I was going to do a video today on an amateur radio I picked up. It's a bit dark, isn't it? Yeah, I was going to do a video today on an amateur radio that I picked up, but I know it looks like my main camera frozen. Just reset that one. Oh, failed to return from a call to a COM component. Oh, my main camera's decided to pack up. Look. Oh no. What's going on here today? That's me messing about with it, see? Right, that might be better. It sounded like the fans blocked on that one as well, that spat. We're having computer troubles today, but you know, I've got other cameras, so we can run the live stream off other cameras. But it'd be nice to have the main camera back on. There's nothing wrong with the camera; it's just the connection, I think. It's saying error H result E fail has been returned from a call to a COM component. What the hell does that mean? It doesn't like it, basically. It doesn't like my camera anymore. Yeah, and it's the main camera that's not working. If I go to the main camera, that's all you get. Absolutely nothing. So I can pop up in the corner, but there's no output from that camera at all. Probably because I've disturbed something when I've taken it out. So we have got the webcam, which has got me just at the top of my head at the moment. So we've got the webcam there. We've got the webcam, but we haven't got the main cam. Gotta love it, haven't you? It's got to be something somewhere. It's probably that lead in the back there, maybe. I was saying that it can't be because that lead also brings my Wi-Fi through. So I pull that out, I'm in all sorts of trouble. Paddy, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I don't know. We've got no. It's a connection issue, Joe, is it? Apple Silicon runs quiet and is optimized for video, but those machines aren't the cheapest, so you need new software. Yeah, this software doesn't actually run on Mac, on Apple, Bob. The stream's playing up as well. We got gremlins in this week, isn't it? Yeah, it just popped up yellow again. Could be that Mrs. Cruncher's downstairs watching a film, maybe, which might be stalling it a little bit. Yeah, it's a mystery, isn't it? Anyway, hi Murat, how are you? That's Turkish, mate. I can't understand it. Can no understandy. No understandy. It needed some of the dust to function. Well, I mean, I did have the computer upside down and unplugged everything off of it, and I've plugged it all back in. I did say I daren't unplug that and plug it back in again, because that brings my internet connection through. because there's no Ethernet connection on this computer at all now. I think they just assume that you're going to use it. You're going to use it on Wi-Fi and not bother connecting it to it. So I've had to get a lead made up to go from USB-C. Is it? What's the latest USB? I think it's USB-C in there into the router somehow. I can't remember. I've done that now, but I have done that. Good love to you as well, and the rest of Turkey, Murat, and Mehdi. Hi from Cork. Yeah, that's what I did, Rob. Right, well, I don't know what's gone wrong with that camera. Let's just try resetting it once more. No, it won't have none of it. The only way to get that camera back on is probably to restart the program. Shall we try a quick restart a minute? What do you think? Should we try a quick restart, or should we carry on regardless? I think you're going to have trouble viewing everything through the webcam. But if I put the webcam down on the bench, it's a fair way away, isn't it? See, I've just cleaned that, look. So yeah, that would be the picture. It's not a bad picture, to be fair, but it's just a little bit far away. Everybody's saying restart. Restart, we'll all make a brew. Alright, I'll restart the software, see if it picks it back up again. So bear with me. I'll be back. And I'll put a note in the chat in case anyone joins. There we go. Reboot. I think that's the general consensus. So I'm booting. I'm rebooting. I'll see you all in a minute. Okay, well, we should be back. We should be back. And this is the camera. The main camera is working again. So let me just see if we've got chat still. That didn't take long, did it? So yeah, we have this camera back. So say that's the difference. That's the webcam. And that's the main camera. But as I say, I can go in a lot closer with this one. So that's the boy. Ooh. Right, that's a few teething troubles sorted. You got commercial break for the first time. Yeah, there's some new thing that that YouTube have done with live streams now. They're putting these automatic adverts in midstream. So unfortunately you might get the odd ad pop up, but you can cancel it and rejoin the stream pretty much straight away, I think. So don't worry too much about it. How you doing, Les? Les has been a bit under the weather, so hopefully you're getting better, mate. Rich A. Oh, you just joined us, so with the restart you're not going to miss anything. Brilliant. Pour your doom bar, Timothy, eh? So yeah, sounds like the fans are running nice now. It's getting warm, but it's not absolutely going to burn my fingers off. So yeah, this is the culprit, and the ribbon cable in question is this little one down here. So what I want to do is try and buzz this one out. This is going to be the first job of the day, is to buzz that one out. Once we've done that, I want to Let's see if I can get the schematic back up again. So reject cookies. The browser's been updated apparently to the newest edition. Well, now it's ramping up. Obviously, having the browser open is slowing it down. Okay. Whoa, it's really ramping up now. Must be getting some serious heat in it. Oh dear. So let's make sure the screen cap's working. So we're on the service manual. And you can see all these little bits of ribbon cable all over the schematic, look. So there's some to the microcomputer board there, look. IF narrow and wide, band switching. There's more down here. This is the upper and lower sideband, which we've sorted. There's test points on all of these. So my idea is to... So if you look at these, like test point 11, 12 and 13 are to do with these wires. So if we go from here over to the microcomputer board and we've got continuity, then we can rule out the ribbon cable, if you see what I mean. So there's a test point on every flex connection. There's one down here, look, test point 39, which is that IF narrow and wide. So that's the idea today, is to go around and do that. It's going to take a fair while, but... there's more over here, look. So this is where we're likely to have an issue, maybe. Now, where it says cal out, that's the calibration, isn't it, at the start. The muting circuit's in there. What else have we got? I'm sure we've got a reset here somewhere, haven't we? Because I think the thing is resetting. Yeah, so more stuff here. Look, ground, CPU power, ground, 6 to 4 volts, power on and off. This is pin 21. It does seem to be turning itself off, but it seems to be resetting because it comes straight back on. And data out, pin 24 is the other one that could be dodgy. But again, every one of these has got a test point associated with it. They might be a little bit far away, and it's going to be a bit of a nightmare to try and trace them on the board. But you know, let's just fit this into screen. So the other thing we're going to need to do, which I wanted to test but I couldn't do it properly last week, was, where are we? Yeah, this first page here. So we zoom in a bit. So we're going to build a little circuit here to check the second local adjustment. So you need this little amplifier board made up, and it's got a 2SK193 FET in it. Now I have got those somewhere here. Let me see, am I not sure on camera? Yeah, I am. So yeah, it uses this little FET. Let's put this up bigger for those of you that are not on a full screen. So it's basically like a little amplifier by the looks of it. It needs a 5-volt supply. It needs probably a BNC to connect onto the frequency counter. What we might do is just put a couple pins there and connect a BNC lead to the pins. And it's taken its input. It's got a ground as well. I take it that ground is to the radio somewhere. And it's taken it from test point 58 here, look. And this is the 55.3912 frequency, and it's got to be pretty accurate to 0.0003. So probably I'll try it with my little frequency counter first, but I'll probably have to use the Radiocruncher one up on the bench. So yeah, that's part two, is to build this little circuit. And I was going to see if I could build it on some strip board. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a bit of a head scratcher that to get that together. It's easy enough to do it point to point, but when you've got to try and do it on a board, it's It's another thing altogether. So anyway, let's get back to the victim then. Let's catch up with the chat. You pay YouTube Premium, Aaron, to avoid ads. Well done. You did get... I expect... Was it an advert for Detto wipes, was it? How do they get associated that with me? Is that because I was using the wipes earlier? Afternoon, Dave Rhodes. How are you? Yeah, Electrotanya does have the service manual, Joe. You made another Y. Made another Y, Chris? Oh, okay. Right, thank you. Robert's 681. I've got an 861, but I don't think I've got a 681, Chris. Your next time clock will be okay with a rechargeable battery. Alright, okay. Joe Fench, how are you, Joe? Rampton. Looks like it's made from Lego. It does a little bit, doesn't it? It does look a bit like Lego. This is the carbon touch pads for the for the control. Excuse me. You get ads for makeup and you don't wear it anymore. You got an ad for Griller tape, did you? Nice. Yeah, so certainly now I've opened up whatchamacallit, Internet Explorer, is it? I can't remember what they call this one on here now. Is it Explorer? Oh, Microsoft Edge they call it now, don't they? I think it used to be Internet Explorer, didn't it? Right, let's sort out the essentials first. Let's get some finger in me, because we have the finger today, eh? How about that? I know you love to see me get the finger in me, so we're going to do it today. We're going to do it. It's going to happen. Microsoft Edge, yeah. Andrew would pay the YouTube Premium if it wasn't for the BBC license fee that I haven't watched since the YouTube app appeared on the smart TV. So now, yeah. I watch YouTube on the smart TV. The only problem I got with that is I can't leave comments on the TV, so I've then got to go to a computer or my iPad to leave comments, which is a bit of a pain because it, very often you get called away or something else takes your mind and you haven't left a comment. So if you're doing lots of videos and I'm watching them but you never see me comment, that's why really. I do have a bit of a purge and I go through my history and on the iPad and leave some comments, but I do watch a lot of your videos. I must catch up with Rolf. I haven't seen Rolf. I know he's put a couple out recently. Right, so the finger's going in. That'll please Didslet. 861. Yeah, I've got an 861. Or have I? Did I sell it? I think I may have sold the 861, Chris. Well, I think I had two here, so I may have. I think I've got one of my own and one that I bought in to repair and sell on. I think I've got mine still left. Finger will definitely fix it. Yeah, bit of lubrication never hurts, Christoph, does it? Never hurts. You're fingered up as well, Mike, are you? Nice. Oh dear. I was only talking to Mrs. Cruncher earlier about the Christmas beer advent calendar, or lack of. Mrs. Cruncher hasn't started the beer advent calendar yet. Will the clock accept a rechargeable battery? I can't remember what the battery is in it, Jess, to be honest. Yes, I've still got your radios to come out to you, Rob. One is actually boxed up, but I'm still trying to put together the other one. Bob, how you doing, mate? No, I'm having the bishop's finger, Bob. Non-alcoholic cherryade. Yeah, I used to like cherry brandy. I'm not a brandy drinker, but I did like cherry brandy because it was sweet, I suppose. Anyway, cheers everybody. Let's crack on, shall we? Let's crack on. Right. So the plan is to buzz out the connections. So I've got to find my service manual, which I've carefully put down somewhere. I can't find it now. I think I took it downstairs actually. So first of all we need to get this board off again. There's test points all over this, but a lot of them aren't marked. Well, they are marked and they're not marked correctly. So just unclip it. So if you remember last time we put the new crystal in this as well, didn't we? Because the old crystal, I couldn't get it to trim down to the right right size. So let's get rid of that speaker for a minute. So here's a ribbon cable. You can you see the connections on the board? And that's surface mount the connection, so I can't sort of go to a pin the other side. See if I can zoom you in a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So that's the connections that I've got to test down through there. I'm on the wrong side of the camera now. These down here, all of those. So basically got to find each and every one of those on the other board. I think I'm going to take this black piece off so I can get proper access to it. So this is going to have to come off as well. And we're only doing this on continuity just to see that we've got continuity through the ribbon cable. I'm not going to take it off at this stage and reseat it because I might try that in a minute if we got any of the connections missing. There we go. That's that bit off. Thank you, Rob. Afternoon, Lee. How are you? Yes, I did catch his video yesterday late afternoon, Derek. David is on here, unless he's popped off. But yeah, that case came up amazing. Absolutely amazing. The lower resistance speaker gives better sound. I think, wouldn't it be louder but you overdrive the amplifier? So usually the amplifier is designed for a certain output impedance, and if you mess with it you can end up with all sorts of issues. Right, so if I have the board like sort of that, it's difficult because I don't really want to strain this cable too much. I need to be able to get to the pins. Now I'm going to need pretty small probes for this as well because as usual it's miniature. And I've put the probes somewhere handy. Interesting. No, I thought they were in that little bag, but clearly not. I can remember taking them off and putting them down. Let Don't fall on the floor, have they? See if you're running over cables left, right and centre. Those probes were here. Ah, there they are. They're underneath that, yeah, so I've got my little pin probes. If you haven't got a set of those, then it's well worth getting them if you're working on this miniature stuff. So I'm just going to use the buzzer. I'll need to pop down and get the service manual for it in a second, because you guys can read it off of the screen, but I can't really read it off the screen and do the chat and sort the videos and everything else. I can multitask a little bit, but not that much. So I'm pretty sure, let's just make sure that's working. Okay, so that one there I believe is pin 1. So that one's working. SSB. Okay, let's just check this test point here. SSB B+. I'm not sure if that is on one of those or not. So now it's time for the manual. So if we pop over, I'll leave you on this screen here a minute. So let's have a look, which side of the board are we looking at? Signal board component side. Well, there's components on both sides of the signal board, so I really don't know what they mean by this. No, that's the other side. So this is the side we're looking at with all our test points, and you can see that the ribbon cable connectors are here and here, and that just comes off of both of those connections and drops down in underneath and out through the ribbon cable over here. So this is all of the points we need to pin out onto the board somehow. Oh, hello, where did that go to? Let's get back, there we go. I jumped then for some reason. So yeah, we've got pins 1 to 16, is it 16 or 14? 1 to 14 on that particular strip. Then on here we've got 15 to 24. So we suspect that probably this section is the culprit. And it doesn't tell us where the test points are, look, does it? But clearly we've probably got one there. That looks like we've got one there and probably one there. Yeah, so it doesn't physically tell us what the test points are for it. So we've really got to follow this and try and work it out. So good luck with that, isn't it? Right, bear with me, I'll go and get the service manual so I've got a bit of an idea where they are. And it's exact same as that service manual. Take it downstairs whilst people are Nez. I've used it since then. it's not down there. So what have you done with it, Graham? What have you done with that service manual? It's got to be over here somewhere. SW77, SW800. No, it's not there. What a pain. Where's that gone then? Can anybody see the manual? What's going on? What is going on? If anybody's had one of these Sony service manuals, you'll know why it's quite important to find it, because the information in it is fantastic. Proper decent diagrams. Sort of having a scanned copy, but there's different colours for different board layers on the actual schematic. Interesting. It should be here. I haven't been anywhere with it. Taken it anywhere else. Commodore 64's gone back to its owner as well. So yeah, I wonder what these test points are. This is quite annoying, isn't it? Let's get back to the radio itself, and anyway, I don't know what I've done with that. Part 5. Don't say that. Ivan, how are you, mate? Is one tantalum ripped off one side you noticed a minute ago? Ganesh, hi Ganesh. I don't know, Ivan. Oh, you're right. There is. Whoa. Oh, hell. Ivan, well spotted, mate. Look at that. How has that happened? How on earth has that happened? Can you all see that? We've got an up in the air tantalum. Very well spotted, Ivan. And welcome, mate, as well. That's Ganesh is in. Harvey's in. I can't understand how that would have happened. What tip have we got on here? Yeah, we should be able to get off with that one. What on earth has happened there? Let's have a look maybe with the microscope at that pad, just to make sure the pad's not taking a hit. No, the pad's okay. How bizarre. It almost looks like it hasn't taken one side. I don't know if you can see that on the camera. I'll have to... Yeah, there it is, look. So it looks like this, the pad is tinned and the pad is still there. Can I zoom back out again a little bit? Yeah. So have we actually lost a pad? It doesn't look like it, does it? It just looks like that one's not even tinned properly. Is this our issue? See, I said I needed help, didn't I? But I didn't know I needed help with my eyesight, but obviously I do. You just check for some bishop's finger. Obviously does the job, doesn't it? I've got the finger, Dave, yeah. I've got the finger, David. It's the only way forward. Right. What we do is we'll see if we can find that capacitor on the schematic in a minute, just to see if that would maybe be the cause of our issue. A bad connection on that one. I'm really hoping it is this. Let's get some tweezers. I think this particular cap was a bit big. I'm just wondering whether I should stick a smaller footprint one on there. Perhaps the solder's not flowing in underneath there. Let me just get the schematic back up. Not more people. So I've just popped it back off again there, as you can see. And I need the schematic. I wish I had that service manual. What the hell have I done with it? Oh, I see it. I've got it. Here we go. I've got it. Don't panic. So we need the components side. So on that board there. That's that cap in the corner. No, it's on this side of the board. So it's C246, that is. C246. So if we go to the schematic, let's have a look, see where C246 is. Screen cap cube. This is the other side of the board, so let's zoom back out again. Yeah, that's it down there, look. That one. Some down here. So that's onto Q51. D4. What did I say the number was again? It's 246, wasn't it? I can't really got on my memory. It's terrible, isn't it? Should have written that down, Graham, shouldn't you? 246. I still can't blooming read that. It's too small, isn't it? 246, yeah. So it's got to be on this board here somewhere. Two. Maybe it's on the. Well, if someone wants to have a look at that circuit diagram, C246. There he is. So it's on the regulator by the looks of it. 47 microfarad at 6.3 volts. It was 246, wasn't it? Would that be what our problem is? It's definitely C246. Just confirm that back again. Just see what it says here. 246. 47 microfarad at 6.3 volts. So let's get some. Let's get another one down. I did think when I fitted it that one looked a bit big for the pads, but maybe that's the problem. So I've got a small one available, you see, and I've put the big one on there. Let's get that one back into there. So I need to order some more of those. Apologies for the blur. Can possibly move it a little bit to get rid of that. Can I? Wrong way. See if I can prop the board up a little bit to get rid of that blur. That, not blur. Glare. That was the word I was looking for. Glare. Focus. Well, a little bit better, but so I've got a smaller one available now, so I'm going to try that one. Don't tell me name, Pike. Dad's Army. It's going back a few years, isn't it? So I'm going to have to pinch the microscope a minute. Let's go back to the main camera for you. So I just want to get this right down on the board. More microsurgery. Yeah, that's a better size component. I can see the pads much better on that one. That side done. Bit of solder on the other side. Better. Right, see how that looks like in the scope of the micro for you. I need to sort my lighting out on the microscope as well. But then I know Rich was experimenting with camera adapters. To try and get a better camera picture for you. Barlow lens for the camera itself. Now that looks a bit better, doesn't it? Let's get all the muck off of it. Okay. Now, has that sorted it out? Was that the issue? I think if it is, then Ivan deserves a gold star. Was it, sorry, Ivan or Igor? Apologies, I think it might have been Igor. Was it Ivan Igor or Igor Ivan? Ivan Igor. It's Ivan. Got there in the end. Dear, oh dear. Could be a short stream. You think it could be right then, Bob? Let's put it back together then and see if that is indeed what the issue was all along. Well, one of the issues, one of the many issues. Right, let's pop this board back on again with the speaker. Fingers crossed then. Everything crossed. Now, what have I got on the back? So I've just got ground wire. I've not got the ferrite. I've got test wire there, so that's not going to hurt anything. Is this unplugged in, or did I unplug it? I should have unplugged it, but I probably didn't. It's still plugged in, okay. Okay, well the clock's come up. Let's put the radio up a little bit so you can see it. Now we've got to have that little thing to just keep that up, haven't we? Now, what did I do with that little preformed? Done with that now. My little cable tie, because you need to pull this switch here up. She's mooing. Why is she mooing like a cow? What is going on there? That sounds almost like a power supply issue, doesn't it? Oh, what's going on now with this thing? Make sure we haven't got any wires touching anything. You gotta love it, me. What have I done wrong then? What is going on with that? Hell! What on earth is that? That's surely not the buzzer. That's coming through the audio. That is not the buzzer. So what have we got here? What are we doing wrong? Oh, the volume's on max. That wouldn't have helped the situation. Try that again with less volume. Okay. I think it just overloaded it because I had the volume on max. Yeah, I had the volume on max, full tilt. Bloody frightening stuff. Come on, please behave. I'll tell you what, this radio just does not want to go back to Clint. This is the problem. It wants to stay here in Cruncherville. And now my cable tie that worked perfectly won't go around the thing here now. Break that off, we'll be in trouble. So that was basically the calibrate tone on full whack, full volume. Not recommended. Right, let's get an aerial, see if we crack this. Actually, you don't really need an aerial, do we? Because it wouldn't go above 12 megs, would it? And then when we turned this, it died, didn't it? So let's try that. Oh, we're in business. So let's pop the external aerial into it. Houston, I think we may have cracked it. So 1. So 1, 4, 2, 5. So I don't know if there's anything on this band at the moment. Sounds like we've got some weird oscillator noises going on there. Seven, 1, 0, 0. That's a 2. Try that again. 7. Now, what's it doing now? What's the alarm now? This is the problem with not having the front display. Hi VP or Valdir, I think, innit? How are you doing, mate? I've got everything up on the bench here at the moment. I can't even look at the chat here. Sounds like a cow that wants milking. Got to get it off a timer mode. I need to find the front panel here now. So timer memory, we don't want that. Timer set. Alarm set. How do we get back to normal? This is a fun radio to work. So we need to get back to normal. So that's the alarm set. It must be an on-off. I think we're back, aren't we? 7 1 7 1 0 0. What's going on with this? We're on FM, aren't we? We're on FM. We need to be on. We've got there in the end. AM function. There we go. So mode, we need to be lower sideband, narrow, right. Now we're on local with DX on the side. We're in DX. Let's just get this thing in 7 meg. Oh, I think we're in business. Come on, do some more. Talk more. Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah, it does sound like it's working. Let me just go and see if Mrs. Cruncher's watching anything downstairs, and I can pop the dreaded Wi-Fi adapter. See if I can turn that one off a minute. That might give us a chance to hear something. It's being white tagged by that at the moment. The power line adapter. Oh, you're right. Can I pop the Wi-Fi thingy off? Oh no! Oh, you here? You the hell? I'll tell you what, I'm sweating here. Oi! And Mrs. Cruncher's reluctantly said, "Yeah, that's fine. She'd love me to do it." So let me just pop that out in there. Right. Coming back. Right, let's try that again. That's quieter. Has anyone got a frequency, an SSB frequency? So let's try. Try this band again with the thing turned off. Something there, but it's very faint. I've not got the... Come on, talk some more. Something there. I'll try some other frequencies in a minute. Tink, welcome. So let's have a look. 13 7 0 5.
Before he vanished into the wild, he left behind a book of 5,000 words, which for the next 2.5 millennia shaped the Chinese way of thinking. Subscribe to the sayings of Lao Tzu and find out why generals with wisdom yield after winning the ultimate battle, and how staying behind
China radio. 5505 USB. Nothing on 5505. 7149 we had just now. Yeah, I did 1400 to 14350. Mexico 1. That's an English station, Rob. Using the wrong phonetic as well. It's naughty, isn't it? Yeah, I think you're right, Ivan. Don't appear to be a lot on SSB today. Let's try the 20 meter band again. 14 2. Actually, let's go 14 100. Let's go fast. I've got to lock. We'll go fast. Needs to be on 14 megs on the tuner. You can see where we are. Let's just zoom in a little bit closer. It's working. So I've turned it to turned it off of DX now onto normal because DX is bringing in a lot of noise. Oh. Aha. SSB warble's definitely gone. That's sorted. Yeah, Lee, the adverts are, they've changed all the adverts for live streams now, so they're automatic, so apologies for that, but, yeah, that's working fine now. That is working fine. Yes, it did. It did, Christoph. I put a smaller one in because that one wasn't quite making contact and it wasn't soldering across properly. So that was the issue. So I think what we'll do is we'll get this thing back together and then we'll give it another go. It doesn't look like it's clipped in there properly. But it is. Right, so we've got to reconnect the area wires on the back here. So you've got to reconnect all of these just up here. Got to take all my botch wires off. Well, not botch wires, but all my test point wires off. I'm going to leave this crystal in, I think, because the other one had aged too much, and I wasn't able to trim it. So you can now. So I'm going to leave that crystal in. Just, I'm sure Clint won't mind paying for the brand new crystal, because eventually the set would have gone out of lock, leaving that existing one in. Just pop a bit of solder back on that point there. Bro. Ad block. That's the way, Rich. How you doing, mate? Ivan needs a big clap now. I would have probably spotted that in the end, but shows, doesn't it? If you've got a decent camera, then people can see really close up what you're up to. It makes a big difference. So let me get me eyes on. It's quite hot in here at the moment. As you can hear, the old fan still going. Let's pop a little bit of flux on these joints a minute, because they've been off a couple times now. So we've got yellow there, brown, neutral, green, or black, neutral, green, sorry. So once again, this ribbon cable's in the way. Yellow done. What's the next one? We've got green. And the black one. There's another annoying bit of plastic on here that's been ripped off by somebody, and I think it was sort of in here somewhere. Was it on there? I'll have to get a picture up of it. Ugh. Thank you, Rob. Cheers. Thumbs up to Ivan. Very well spotted, Ivan. No, don't show the sticky pads anywhere on it. I think it goes over this side, keeps that down, because there is a sort of bit of a chip mark there where it looks like it's gone over the top of a chip. Is it there? That's it there. Okay. Well, that's that. Oh, we've got to take this blimmin' lead here off as well, haven't we? Okay, that's that back together. So our glue's all set, so that ferrite's all done and dusted. Give this a little wipe over with a plastic cloth. A little polish, get rid of any finger marks. I'm zoomed right in again, aren't I? Apologies. Yes, they are. To keep the ribbon cable down, that is right. This thing here has got to come back apart. Make sure there's no dust on the inside of the glass. No, there's not. So let's use a little bit of plastic shiny stuff on that a minute. Thank you, Rob, for the super chat, mate. Just going to stick some of this plastic anti-static stuff. Just on the glass. We'll do the inside as well. Fresh bit. Better, okay, happy with that. Do these first. Right. Let's put our screws back in. Try and make sure I go in the same screw thread as was in there before. Looking good. Just one in the battery compartment. think the Texan radios are very good. I've got the PL 880 here. Right, let's plug it in again. It's all back together, just make sure it still works. Famous last words, isn't it? Will the displays come up? There we go. There we go. I didn't think that lock thing went in properly. No, so it's not gonna. It's still fighting to the very end. Look. Hopefully that little lock thing hasn't come off. Little tiny bit of plastic. Not a very good design on this, but you know. Let's have a look. I bet that little tiny bit of plastic's broken off. I hope it hasn't, but I expect it has. Bound to have, isn't it? Oh no, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. It just wasn't in the right place. Let's try that again then. Yeah, what I'm referring to is a little tiny switch up here. You can't quite see it there, but if that's not in the right position, I think I was on top of that switch, not underneath it. So that switch needs to be engaged before it will allow the power to come on. Let's try that again. That's a relief. If that had broken off, well, it's not the end of the world. It can be bypassed, but that probably a lot of people would like to bypass instead of having to mess about with it all the time. But try again. It's fighting, isn't it? It's fighting to the last. It's a personality. It's Clint's radio. Everything Clint sends me is got issues. I've got a really good amateur radio of Clint's to look at as well soon. That's going to be a real headache. You know, that's going to be another Mr. Cruncher's floundering about in the water, not knowing what he's doing radio. Right, let's try again, shall we? Well, it looks like the super cap's working because we've still got a display up there, so that's clearly working. You've got to have patience with these old radios. What's going on with it? Oh, hang on. We've got a button stuck down. We've got a button stuck down, look. Can you see that number 4? Oh, we've got to take it apart again. I'm in number 4. What a pain. This radio really is challenging us, isn't it? Or challenging me. I'd be glad to see the back of this one. It's coming back really quick, Clint. It's coming back really quick. So it's obviously detected that there's a button stuck, and it's not going to let it fire up until we clear the button. This time I will test it before I put the back on. I was that confident that it was that little switch that wasn't connected that I didn't even bother trying it, did I? Yeah, that number 4, look, just twisted that little tiny bit. Can you see that? It's just twisted a little fraction. What a pain. What a pain in the backside you are, radio. Right, so let's just test this before I put it back on again. That should hopefully have cleared it. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Yay! Dear, it's fighting, isn't it? It doesn't want to go back. What have you done to it, Clint? Why wouldn't it want to go back? Why didn't it want to go back to you? Poor old Clint, he'd be watching this second hand, I expect. It's probably gone out for Sunday carvery today. Thinking of that, blimmin' Graham's playing with my radio again. I'm going to make sure I'm not there. It's too stressful. It's too stressful. So if you want to get hold of one of these and ever try it repairing it yourself, you can do, but I would certainly recommend you try something a bit simpler first before you tackle one of these, because they are a pain in the neck and you've got to be so careful with that ribbon cable. Right. Yay! That noise is my oscilloscope. If I unplug this, right? Oh, maybe not. What else is it? Is it that one? There we go. It's deaf. I think that's something in my room. Let's try some batteries in it a minute. Let's try some batteries in it. It sounds to me like it's deaf. It doesn't want to go, does it? It just does not want to go. Tink, how you doing? John Hughes, good afternoon, mate. Cobra 148. Very nice. Classic old radio. Yeah, there's a tantalum sticking back up in the air, but I'm still not convinced it's fixed. Mr. Tipton's coil winder is amazing. I bet old David's gone up the stairs now, if he got stairs. I'm putting the rest of the finger in me a minute. So I only had part of the finger. I'm going to have the whole finger now. I'm going to finish it off. So cheers, because I think something's still wrong with this. Well, let's find some batteries. What have we got here? Rechargeables. It should work alright on rechargeables. But are they charged up? That's the problem. Let's put some lithiums in it, because they're charged for sure. And what I'm going to do is take it down outside and just have a look at it outside. Unfortunately, we haven't got the what we're trying to say, Graham. We haven't got the radio mic, so seems a bit high up there for some reason. Let's make sure it works. I said it looks a bit high up there, doesn't it? It doesn't look like that battery's going in there. It would be because I've actually got it the wrong way round. Jeez, it's one of those days, isn't it? Clint's radio's here to haunt me. Try that again. Right, let me just take that outside, away from all the electrical noise, and we'll try it again. So I'll be right back. Polarity, Ivan, I know. Backing up here. It's one of those days, isn't it? Jammed key. Okay, now there's something wrong with AM. I'm sure there is. I'm convinced. It's not It's not picking up very well on the... It's a bit wet out there. It's not picking up very well. And it's all garbledy. Let's try it with an external antenna. External AM antenna. Let's flick it right down on long wave. In fact, I can stick it through. Let's try that again with external antenna. Listen to that. Any ideas what's up with that now then? It's on sub. What am I doing here? Try medium wave. Medium wave is working fine.
Absolutely fantastic scenes. I'm not sure anybody can play a shot in silence at the moment here. Neither the three Europeans or the three Americans.
Yeah, I tried cycling it, Joe.
On 18, I think, Ian.
Parts radio. This is clearly working on AM. But not
left off back home. Didn't take long. First time
what?
half an hour.
That's off frequency.
Until
It's off frequency.
1989, when it hit the fan.
We've got the introduction there of Morris. We've got a question here.
So it's off
Morris is
frequency.
probably one of the most likeable characters,
What?
I think.
How can it be?
I wondered whether one of the reasons that he was so likeable was because we find out about Morris through the voice of Barrington, and his joy and love that he presents Morris as being this wonderful person. Was that purposeful to leave him as a narrative as opposed to
Right.
his own voice?
That's a really good observation, actually. And
It
sometimes
might
the
be
readers
because we
will say
changed the
things to me
crystal.
and I'll
We've
think,
altered
"Oh, yeah,
the.
that's a good idea." And I think you're right, but I don't know that I consciously realised that. So, in the same way that originally in the first sort of complete
AMRF
draft of the
adjustment.
book,
There isn't an
Carmel did not have her
AMRF
own sections,
adjustment.
right? And so she was presented through Barrington's toxic gaze. And similarly, he does love Morris. You know, Morris is the great love of his life. And so, yes, I think you're right. That is why Morris comes across as such a sympathetic figure. But he's also a bit of a foil to Barrington as well, because you can't have both of them behaving in the way that Barrington does. So Morris is actually a very sweet
No, I don't know
person.
what delay you've got there, Nick, but it sounds
Point about
fine
the
now.
relationship in a way is that there is enormous generosity. It's a genuine love affair. It always has been. And therefore there's no black and white in the judgments we can make about how Barrington should behave in the situation in which he finds himself in his mid-70s. Does he tell?
So if I put it to
or not?
198,
Well, he's doing to his wife, even though I want the reader to feel sympathetic, because he is trapped, right? He is trapped in the past, and even though he could come out, it's too big a thing for him to even contemplate
Buffering.
until at that point at which he does.
part 5 coming up.
Well, my enduring impression.
Olaf was sending me the Cumans. Nah, I think we should be able to sort this pretty easy, but it's strange that there's no reference frequency, is there, on this to set up?
I think you've got the tone spot on, but how did you ensure that the humour didn't sort of trivialise the serious issues, and the serious issues didn't put a damper on the lightness of the book?
Yeah, because there always has to be a balance between the two for me as a writer.
It is deaf though as well. Look, I should be getting that.
In a very natural
Oh.
way. I'm not intending to be humorous, but somehow the characters...
It took
end up being
time to switch over, didn't it?
When that happens, I know at the same time that I
I think we got a dodgy switch in the
want it just to be a light
in there as well, just for good measure.
superficial. And so it's always about having a balance between...
We got a dodgy switch in the aerial socket. Well, it's had a good hammer in the aerial socket on this one.
Also, inevitably, an element of sort of commentary here, or observation rather, in the different experiences that two men of their age, Barry and Morris's age, have as compared with the generation represented by their children and indeed their grandchildren, who lead completely different lives in terms of what they can say about their, emotional life.
Yeah, it is an intergenerational book, it's a book about family as much as anything else. I wanted him to be somebody who was leading a very straight life, and so he's married. And then I wanted to have children, because men of that generation, unless there was an issue, they would have children. And then
Okay,
as soon
that's
as you
another
start to
issue
get
sorted.
multi-generational, you start to bring in different worlds, Maxine and Donna. Maxine in particular, who gave me a lot of fun to write her, she leads a very different life actually to Donna. And then you have Daniel, who is, third generation, and who is...
Right, so we've got to trim it again.
He has reaped the benefit.
We've got to do some adjustment on it to get that AM back into line. Now, I can't see where that is supposed to be unless it's the reference crystal has moved. Maybe cutting the little legs off of it altered the frequency of it, I don't know. But it means we've got to take the whole lot apart again. It could be that my oscilloscope's out. Not my oscilloscope, my frequency counter, but I wouldn't have thought so. My Lakeland thing is plugged in. No, it's not. Gotta love it, I'm here. You need to turn one of your radios on then, Paul. How you doing, mate? Welcome. So why all of a sudden have we jumped three kilohertz? What is going on with this lovely radio? I was going to swear that. Come on, let it go. Let it go. So there's no way of adjusting this with the board in. So the board's got to come back out again. Which means we've got to take the aerial wires back off again. The joy of it all. The joys. Still waiting for it to arrive, yeah. The page display says it all, yeah. Took the cheeks off. They're stapled on though, Paul, aren't they? Well, it's got to be the PLL adjustment, surely. So this bloody wire's caught up in my chair again. AM 4155. Yeah, got that. I'm going to connect to that test point there on IC8. So I need to turn the radio off and do that, don't I? Let's connect the test point back up again. Hydraulic press. Peter, how you doing, mate? Throw it away. Thanks for the advice, Peter. Unfortunately, not mine to throw away, so I don't think we'll be doing that. But you know, thanks for the help there. Right, let's see if we can get this back on again. I'm sure it won't remember the same frequency that I just input into it, but you never know. Right, 4155. AM narrow, we need AM wide. Ah, you damn thing. Try again. Let's get a probe. Oh, I've got a little thing on the end of it, haven't I? No, ground point. (6275) is the frequency of the crystal. What's going on there then? Yeah, 6275 is the frequency of the crystal. Trying to find a ground I can clip onto. Well, if I've got the right test point, why am I reading the crystal? Peter Graff's gone. Thank you, Peter, for all your kind comments. But you're now blocked. Boom, 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 boom. What if I've got the right test point? I'm sure I have. Well, I'm not sure what's going on here because we did this measurement the other day and it was fine. That's why I changed the crystal, because I couldn't trim it, but now I can't trim it at all. So how do you work that out? Why am I getting that weird reading? See, with the scope probe on times 10, I'm getting 62531, which is quite a way out, isn't it? 6275 dead it should be, but if I put it on times 1, bang on. Maybe I've trimmed it with the probe in the wrong position. Okay, what am I doing wrong then? I could try that. I mean, if I put it on times 10, so I just had to skip Lou there very quickly. Just got to find a screwdriver that fits now. Yeah, see, that's the most I can get out of it. Then it's going back up again then. So it's got to be on that times 1 position. Let's trim that down to 6275 dead. So the only other trimmers I've touched is those there, which is for the upper and lower sideband, which is now working fine, so we don't need to mess with those. There's 2 other crystals on the board. I don't know if one of those is the reference crystal. That says 55.380 megs. That's the one we don't want to be touching. That's the other 50 meg one. Got a little trim pot down here. I'm not sure what that does, but I just wonder if I'm on the right test point, but I'm definitely on the right test point, so why can't I get that 60 megs on there? 4155 wide. Hang on, mode. No. So 4155 AM wide. So let's just set it to stereo. Bizarre. Well, let's try what Derek's just suggested then. We'll go to there. Check to 198. Let's pop the external thing in it. Let's see if trimming this one makes a difference to that 198. See, that crystal hasn't got enough range to do that. I wonder if it's that one there. No. What has moved?
You know, traditional family farms are
Oh.
gone. When I was
That's
younger,
strange.
farms would be average about
So now I'm connected up to that. It's
so there
working.
would be lots of small farms. They all pitched in and helped one another when it was harvest time. Now it's just me.
The barley is half the height it should be. Throats. Ripe, broken tops of barley hang like necks. You stand, turning the radial of your scythe, a tuning peg on the Cornish peninsula. Cupped, suddenly up, like a hair baby, you are lifting the last sheep, ripped from the nightshade, flowering in the nestle of gold latches, each violet door of a flower's darkness. I have him. Over the clay mottle, the big stone in the boundary listens.
If you go in that field on the top, look, right, you see Wells Cathedral, you see right round Glastonbury Tor. When I go out night times, as long as I can see the Tor, the television mast, I know I ain't lost. Roger Wilkins, farmer and cider maker. You're standing in the orchard now, looking out across the Somerset levels. Yeah.
And what are the apples that you were using?
I got all different varieties here. I got Boomers, Normans, Morgan Sweets, Tremnick Bitters, Brown's Apple, Yarlington Mills, Somerset Red Street. Some of these apple trees, that one there, the bigger one there, my grandfather set those just after the Second World War. But years ago, you paid your wages with cider and cheese and potatoes. Nobody had no bills to pay years ago, so they didn't want no money. So long as they could feed themselves and live. Unfortunately, it's gone to Wally now.
So if I disconnect that,
The harvest
it's gone off.
a week or 10 days early. Some of the early ones, they will rot.
Sounds like it's a
but
capacitance
weather's
issue, doesn't
been
there?
bad.
I wonder if the capacitance isn't right on that crystal, you know. I wonder if the capacitance isn't right on that crystal. Or something on there is maybe affecting it. I don't know. I'm at a loss now. Centre pin negative. Yes, it is, Chris. And I've put a protection diode in there as well, so if you do get it the wrong way round, it won't work. Hi, Andy Beck, how are you? Cheers, Tink. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Catch you later, Ralph. I'm really confused now because something there is causing the frequency to go wrong. So the only thing I've done is change that crystal. So maybe the capacitance on that crystal is no good. But I can't understand why I can't get the same reading now. It's confusing me to hell, that is. I'm sure that crystal's fine, but you know, let's try the other one back in just in case it's the wrong capacitance. We're clutching at straws here, but something's got to happen, hasn't it? Because I can't leave it like that. I can't have it 3 kHz off frequency. What on earth, you know? Let's peel this back out of the way a minute. Well, I had the crystal drop out, so brand new crystal. Let's put the old one back in. How bizarre. This radio really is being a bit of a pain in the backside, isn't it? Okay. Try again. See if it is indeed a capacitance issue. In which case my mega expensive crystals that I had made up are no good.
We give them things all the time.
You
here.
little swine.
We've got a lot of plums.
It's working now.
So I give my plums to a neighbour Beryl, and Beryl makes jam. And so then she'll bring a pot of jam over.
That's bang on frequency now. So there's something not quite right with my new crystal.
They remember how a boy, flying his plane so low over the cut fields, that his father straightened from his work to wave his hat at the boasting sky, died minutes later on an English cliff in such a year as this. The barns brimming gold, we are quiet again, holding our cups in turn for the tilting milk. Sad, hearing the sun roar like a rush of grain, engulfing all winged things that live one moment in life.
The bursting sun, wonderful, striking image.
It made them remember that summer when the sun, one of them,
Right.
flew over, low, as if to say hello.
Let's connect my little wire back up and trim this back up. Okay, I think we're there. I'm just going to trim it to its frequency 6275 as close as I can get it. This is a nightmare. So the capacitance of that crystal is not the same as the capacitance on the SW55, which is interesting because, I mean, saying that, I had the crystals made up for the 2001D, but at the end of the day, it's the same circuit, so it shouldn't really have affected it. So there's a test point. Let's go back. Connect that back up there. Careful we don't break the thing again. Just power in. Let's go back on again.
The water that runs off the farm. 2023
So the frequency's okay,
quite hard work. It's been quite challenging.
as far as 198 is concerned, but
Has been quite an expensive crop to grow due to the problems in Ukraine.
Can't get this one in
Mostly revolving around
the
energy,
display.
So fuel and fertilizer. But it was an expensive harvest with the very dull and wet August that we had. The weather is probably our biggest challenge, but that challenge is going to be multiplied with climate challenges going forward.
One of the things that's changed enormously must have been the use of machinery, and has that had an impact here?
It has had an impact here, actually, yes. We're really lucky. The guys on the farm have got an average time on the farm just over 40 years. Actually, their fathers were here as well. It is a real family bond, if you like, to the farm, to the land. I worry slightly that bond is breaking. The way society is much more urban focused. People don't always understand where their food comes from, how it's grown, and I think that's a real shame. So part of my communication is to try and improve that.
You keep a harvest log. Is that an important part of the role for you?
So the communication.
that's as good as we can get it.
Something that I feel really passionate about in terms of taking school children around the farm. I do something called Farmer Time as well with a school in Lincoln.
So that crystal is aged, but it is working.
Classroom every other Friday for half an hour, all through the season, so that class gets to see a calendar year out on the farm. And it's
So
great.
do I trim it on the times 10 position,
For other farmers as well. So
or do I
actually
trim it on the times 1 position?
practice to become more sustainable, and I think that's another part of the role that I kind of have, I guess, or the role that my YouTube videos are about. The hands-on, more human changes, things like how the soil interacts with your hands when you break it.
It's amazing to hear that, because you're talking about using sensors, and that's what artists do. They attune themselves in a way, instrumentalize their senses to being very capable of noticing small change, and that's what you're logging in a way in the weblog, and that becomes a very active record. But also, you can sort of help others to understand those small changes.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of farmers that watch the YouTube as well, and I get messages of other farmers who are harvesting, doing the same job that we are, and they'll be sitting down having breakfast, watching us harvest, and that sort of tickles me a little bit. So I think if that message of
That's the closest I can get it.
to do things better helps other
That is the
people,
closest I can get it.
it's a really positive story.
Yeah, I'm on times 10.
Big piles there.
Yes, it does, yeah.
It's immense. Huge green combine harvester, dusty, red wheels, the steps just being swung out to the side. The combine stands big as a bungalow.
Right. Let's put it back together again, shall we? Should we put it back together yet again? That's bizarre that my new crystal doesn't work, isn't it? It's not on. What's going on with that? I really can't understand why I couldn't get that frequency where I got it before. I'm a bit stumped there. This radio is a real pain in the backside, isn't it? Right, let's get the old ferret reconnected a minute. Them done. So we've got the black one, yellow first. Green. Neutral. So it seems like I'd need to add some extra capacitance into that circuit to use my replacement crystal for some reason. How bizarre is that? I'll try it before I put the back on. No, I'm confident, Derek. I'm not confident, but I do think that that crystal was the cause of it being off frequency. Somehow. It's on frequency now.
And a big change and big uncertainty. But the new harvest is also a very hopeful harvest, one that has very clear vision.
Something's interrupting. It's probably the light, I expect.
What to hope for, what to aim for. That farms are looking to new techniques, old techniques, but also remembering how things were said.
Oh, hang on.
New ways to say.
The DX local switch is not working now, so that can't have gone back in properly. Let's take it apart again. Let's take it apart again. It loves coming apart, this one. So now the DX local switch isn't engaged. Oh dear, oh dear. Right. Should be able to pop that in like that. Do that there. Back down. Right. Okay. Try again. Let's put it back on again. Who was it was saying try it before you put it back? But saying that, probably wouldn't have sussed that without putting it back together. Try again. I do need another finger. Martin Ryan, how you doing, mate? I need a few brandies. I know. Welcome, mate. I've not seen you before, so welcome to the chat, mate. Certainly sent to try us, isn't it? Sounds like something for you to build, Timothy. Try it again.
Members of the local community have gathered near Croydon Town Hall to remember the victims of 2 fatal
Yay!
stabbings. Young Andon, who was 15, was stabbed to death at a bus stop as she made her way to school last week. 20-year-old Bradley...
That's just on the ferrites. If I plug the external area in...
More than 80 retail firms are calling for action as they try to cope with a surge in shoplifting, abuse and antisocial behaviour.
14
they want the government to make
50.
attacking a shop...
Foxtrot calling 20, secure 20, secure 20. Italy Kilo 2, London Foxtrot calling 20 meters. Secure 20, secure 20 meters. Italy Kilo 2.
Oh yes. He's over-modulating to hell, this guy.
sorry that I was not able to take your recording of your audio. If you want to give me that over, I will record you and we'll play it back in a while. Go ahead.
That sounds pretty good. So I'm just going to record someone's audio. Well done, Dan.
I'm playing back right now. Okay, I'm using a headset with a boom microphone that I purchased recently, and I just wondered how it affected the audio. Go ahead. Absolutely perfect. Back to you.
Didn't sound overly perfect to me. So let's try 40 meters again. Stick it on back on TX. Let's put this on 7 megs. It still thinks this is. French. And it's 6 megs, there's some shortwave. There you go, you Morse animals. What's that? Is that some sort of beacon? Thanks, B. Christoph, I like it. Yeah, let's all sit together and watch me take the radio apart multiple times. Excuse me. Martin, how you doing, mate? Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, no, thank you, Ivan. You nailed it there for us.
I thought they'd gone.
FM.
Over the water in Europe, Johann Pachelbel had a different thing.
Very eloquently there about how, you know, there's just so little.
I'm going to call that done, you know. I'm going to call that done. Put it back in its box, blimming quick, and send it back to Clint, and never to be seen again, hopefully. Jesus, that certainly gave me the run around that one, didn't it? Some of it my fault. So you know, really that capacitor, just the solder didn't flow underneath the capacitor, it just sat on the end. So thank you, Chris. Cheers, mate. Yeah. Irish Mist. No, you've asked me that, Rob. I said I've never tried that before. So I missed some of the chats. Apologies for that, but I was too busy taking the radio apart and putting it back together again. It's nearly as many times as David Tipton's radio finish. I know. He did pull that apart loads of times, didn't he? It's strange, Joe. I mean, I think the capacitance is wrong on it, because as soon as I connected the scope lead to it, you know, that it came in. So whatever spec they've built that to, they've got the capacitance wrong on it. So although it's the correct frequency, I was able to trim it absolutely bang on frequency. It's got different capacitance to the original. So yeah, I should have tried it in a radio back when I bought it, shouldn't I, really? And I could have sent them back and they could have redone the spec on them. But I did send them the circuit and told them exactly what radio it was for. Showed them all the components around that circuit, but the amount of information they wanted was way more than I could ever get my head around. So winter prep, Danish. Get rid of it. Yeah, get shot. Yeah, that'd be nice, Rob. Nice Christmas drop of Irish Mist, mate. So, yeah. How are we doing on time? It's only 5:10, look. That's pretty good, isn't it? So there you are. One radio done. I was going to put a little bit of foam on here for Clint. It's got some nastiness all over it, so let's do that as well. Anybody else want to talk about anything else? I don't really want to start another radio. I can give you a sneak preview of next week's stream, or you can look at Clint's other radio. What do you think? What do you think? We're not going to be able to fire Clint's radio up yet because I've not got power supply hooked up ready for it. It's a bit of a monster. It's a 200 watts radio. That's gone all weird now, isn't it? Come on, focus. Focus, come on. Focus, camera. There you are. There we are. I'll just put a bit of isopropyl on that. Anthony, how are you, mate? Thanks, Lee. Your problems with crystals. Yeah, they are very finicky, aren't they? As I say, they did cost me a lot of money to have them made up as well. Actually, this is a prime job for my razor blade. Plastic razor blades that Simon sent me. Simon disappeared. Is Simon still there? Oh, microphone cable. Yes, you're right. Let's do that as well. Let's go for the full house. To be honest, it wouldn't hurt me to finish a bit earlier anyway. I did spend some time with Mrs. Cruncher. Sounds like she's sorting out tea down there. Good as gold on Mrs. Cruncher. Looks after me. Got problems with her car now. She's got a puncture in it. So I had to go in and rescue her yesterday, but she was already sorted. But I've got to get either another tyre or get the puncture repaired tomorrow for her. So I'll tell you what, that's quite sharp on your fingers, that. Look at that. Cut into my finger, that has. It's not cut it physically, but razor blade and some Goo Gone. Oh, yeah, Goo Gone. I'll tell you the stuff that works best on this is some lighter fluid. Probably going to be the best bet. So let's try a bit of that. Lighter fluid. Other brands are available. Let's see if that works a bit better. Just let that soak in a bit. So fixed lots of things today. I fixed my computer as well. That eventually sorted Clint's radio, although it could do with another crystal just to bring it in line, but it's not going to drop out. Seems there's quite a lot of leeway on that because it didn't drop out until I got quite low on the frequency. Got it that time. Get a fresh bit of blue roll. Wipe over with a bit of isopropyl. Carrying case for Satellite 3000. You'd be lucky. Come on. Focus. He doesn't like this blue, the camera. This is the problem. He doesn't like the blue colour on the mat. There we go. So where the hell has my stuff gone? That's the next question. I think it's down here. Yes, it is. So the foam on it originally would have either been a... What am I trying to say? Either a... I'm just trying to think. I haven't got a craft knife here now. Yeah, this is going to be too deep on its own. It would have been a similar stuff to this, but thinner. So the idea is to shave this. I normally do it with a scalpel blade, but I can't find my scalpel at the moment for some reason. It's got beamed up by somebody. Dropped it in there by accident. Any little pot? No. Anyway, I can't really do anything about that till I can find my scalpel. Then I need to just shave this down really fine and then stick it on. What's this stuff? You know, that's just rubber. So you can buy this stuff from RS on a roll, so I just need to do that before I send it back. But that's that one pretty much done. Let's have a look at my microphone lead then. To get rid of all this gooey muck off the back of that radio a minute, otherwise that's going to stick to everything. So once again the fault is on this plug. Now the original plug I had to cut off. So this is my transmitter that I wear on my belt. It's got a little belt clip, and you know, being it's on the belt, this is subject to a lot of sort of bending, and it just breaks the cable. It's Kevlar inside there as well. Now I'm just trying to think. I think this just does up. God, I've done that up tight, am I? I'm going to grab that with it. It's not going to mark it. Let's try that. There we go. Let's just have a look close up, just in case something silly like the bits moved off here or shorted across. No, it's still on there. So what I'm going to have to do is cut this back a bit and do it again. Let's do that a minute then. I'm just using the side cutters to ease it up. So there's only two wires in this, so it's you've got a shield and a and the signal wire. Yeah, I've never had a problem with it evaporating because it's got like a dip tube on it. So I don't know if you can see that, but there's a dip tube inside. Yeah, you can just about see it there, look. So there's a dip tube, so it doesn't evaporate. But I do get through a lot of it, and that's RS. So you can buy that from RS. I'm sure you've got RS over there, Joe. Right, this is a really fine wire. Let's see if I can strip it back a bit. Go smaller, 0.6. Yeah, so it's the shield that's broken by the looks of it. It's all just crumbled apart there. Let's go back a bit further then. Better. So it's got this like reinforcement fibre in it. I don't know if it's Kevlar or not, but it's in pain. Try and keep as many strands in as possible. No stray bits. I'm just going to tin the end of that, because I know you chaps like the well, and ladies, like the sound of the other mic better. Did I use silver solder on this last time? Alright then, let's just suck that bit of solder out and push it through the hole then. Can't find my solder sucker now. So where the hell has that gone to? Give me a solder sucker. There he is, underneath the multimeter. Right. That to go in there. really fine wire, this, and it's probably smaller than my cutters will strip back. Try 0.4. 0.3. 0.2. You can't be serious, and never just 2 strands of wire in that, is there? I can't see, it's too small. Looks to me like it's just 2 strands of wire in that. I'm just going to get the microscope and have a quick look. No, there's more than that. I've just cut them off. I'll tell you what, without a microscope I could not see that. How did I shave that off before then? How on earth did you get that off? Because I mean that's the smallest cutter I've got, that's 0.2. No, 0.2 is just cutting through them, so it's got to be 0.3 then. So I'm going to have to strip it back further now. Gonna have to strip the wire under the microscope. That's crazy small. How did I do this before then? So obviously did do it before. That looks better. Dear, oh dear, smaller than the tweezers, the wires. Crazy. Apologies for the picture. This is absolutely miniature. That's crazy. don't know if you'll be able to see under the microscope. You might be able to. What I'm looking at. Yeah, that's what I'm dealing with. Look, so that is, if I put my finger near it, it'll blot it right out. But if I put the tip of the tweezers there, you'll be able to see how small this actually is. Look, that's miniature. So I've just separated the wires from this bit on the end. I don't know whether I can just put a flame to that to burn that off, or I don't think the pliers are going to be sharp enough to cut it. The soldering iron will melt it. Doesn't melt. It doesn't melt. What is this stuff? Is it Kevlar? Yeah, just trying to melt it. Look, with the tip of the soldering iron. See if I can cut it off with the side cutters. That's got to be Kevlar, isn't it? Never seen anything like that. Cool. Shaky hands today, Graham. Just want to squash them up into a little bunch so I can sort of put a bit of solder on them, really. So you can see why the wire breaks, can't you? Can't squash it together to solder it. Ah, that might do. Put a little drop of flux on it. I've got a blob of solder on it. Flippin' heck. That's crazy. How crazy is that? It's Cruncher's nail clippers. Roden Schwartz, very nice. Very nice, Bob. They make some quality kit, they do. And we'll have a mic demo when I've finished. tell you what, this is so tiny. I won't do that. I was going to cut that stuff off then, but I thought if I do that I might cut the actual... Maybe I just need some more side cutters, because I mean these won't even cut through that. Well, either my eyes are getting worse, or I'm just wondering how the hell I did that last time. That's so tiny. Right, it's on there. Just need to clamp this back down again. Don't do it too hard because it could bite into the cable and make it even worse. Right. You know, comes to something when you need a microscope to solder a blimmin' connector on, isn't it? Okay, let's fire the microphone up and see if it works. Stream Elements is there, Bob, somewhere. Right, let's turn this microphone off. So I'm Are we working? 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing. Let's stick it on my lapel. So what does that sound like then? At the moment, I've got it clipped onto my lapel. Is it working? Is there any noise on it at all? I need to remove this other microphone because I've still got a little bit of noise coming through on that one. So let's just close that. Let's just mute this one a minute. Back on again. Right. So what we need to test is if there's any change in noise as we move this. If I shut up a minute, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to look on my screen and just see if I can do screen cap. So the bar you're looking at, can you see the one up sort of just to the side, just beside me? So as I speak, you can see it shooting up. Well, actually, in the middle, yeah, that one there. Can I put the mouse on it? Yeah, this one. This is the microphone level. So if I shut up, I'm just going to wiggle this and see if it makes any difference. I think that's sorted it, isn't it? There's no crackling that I can see on the mic there now. Are we okay? There we are. I think that's sorted. We can say that's done. So the good old Rode is back in business. I do prefer this mic. It's easier because I can walk around the house and still keep talking to you, see? There we are. The Stream Elements is working. Yeah. Yes, it doesn't look it doesn't look like there's any issues with it. Before it was crackling, wasn't it? It was when I was moving the connection on the top. It was really bad. So there's obviously was a break in it. But what can you do? Because if you put something on there to make it even more, like if I was to heat shrink it up, it would break where the heat shrink joins it, you know? So that's another job done. 2 out of 2. And we hit a 2 out of 2 last week as well, didn't we? Okay. So next week, I think everything's good for next week. Next week, we're going to be looking at an ICOM IC-755, which I picked up recently at one of our radio meetings. I managed to get it with the power leads and also an actual ICOM power supply as well. Now it was down as not working, but I have tried it. Let's see, let me just see if I can bring you up some pictures of it. 735. Okay. So this is the radio. Well, those of you that are radio hams will probably recognize this. Make sure I'm on my screen. Yeah, so this is the ICOM IC-735, which I've picked up. Now, unfortunately, it's got, there's like a plastic window goes across this like little graphic equalizer, which is all your RF power, keyer speed, your AOC, all your sort of gains and levels are on this these sliders. So that plastic cover's missing. So if anyone's got a spare one of these knocking about that wants to sell me the plastic cover, then that'd be great, because there's one other major issue, and that's up here, the volume and squelch. What's happened is this has unfortunately been dropped, this radio. It's been dropped, and this knob, which is a twin pot, so it's got a squelch pot and a volume pot all in one. That's had a whacking great hit from the side and it's bent right over, so it's like nearly 45 degrees. You'll see it next week anyway. But I'm going to have to replace it. I don't think I can bend it back without snapping it. I think because the shaft is aluminium on the inner section and it's brass on the outer section. So if I try moving it, it's just going to snap, innit? So we got the power supply. I'm not sure which one I've got. Have I got a PS30 or PS35? So I've also got the power supply with it. It's not that one. So it must be the PS55, is it? Yeah, I think I've got this power supply with it. I think it's that one. Are we still online? Because my computer's ramped down now. Yes, we are. Just checking. So yeah, I've also got this power supply, and I've not connected this power supply to it yet because I don't trust it. I want to make sure it's all right first. 20 amp power supply, linear. So it shouldn't be a problem. If it's switch mode, it'd be a different thing, wouldn't it? So it's $200 back in 1989. How much was this 735 then? When it came out, does it say? $989 in the US in 1989. So interesting radio, and I have had one of these before many years ago. I used to buy and sell quite a lot of amateur radios, and one of these has been through my hands before, and it did perform very, very well. And myself and Les have fired this up now. And the reason it wasn't working was because the squelch had moved up to beyond the signal level. So the squelch was fully closed on it. So I managed to pull these knobs off and wrench it back a little bit. But I've got to take this whole front panel off and take this pot out and see if I can bend it back into shape. If not, I'm really not sure what I can do. There is somebody on eBay selling the inner panel, which is what I need, but they want 70 odd quid for it. Let me see if I can find that a minute. Let's get me chat up while I'm thinking as well. David Hutchman, how are you? Maybe you have a noisy capsule. No, it was the wire, John, that had got damaged. Not John, David. John said he picked up a Cobra 29 for a project. Grundig Satellite 1000. I'm not familiar with it, Christoph. Modify a cassette case. Yeah, it could do. It's like a smoked black colour, and it's got two like little pips on the bottom here that it clips into. Cheers, John. Radio Spares Ireland. No, they all their stuff's on eBay, John, I think, isn't it? I'm just going to pop on eBay now, and I'll show you that the only place I reckon I can get the part is off of this guy by buying the whole front panel. And I've bought some stuff off of this chap before, so he's a good chap. Right. So I'm on eBay. I'm just going through everything to do with ICOM. What's ICOM IC735 is the actual thing. So it's got the original mic with it as well, which is nice. So someone's selling the PA units, probably the same seller, for £125. Carry handles, main unit, £99. Knobs, look, but not the actual potentiometer. And this is the bit that we're after. This one here. So if you notice, it's actually got the pot You can see it there. Don't know if I can zoom in on that a bit further. No. Yes, there's this bit here that I need. So you can see you've got a aluminium centerpiece, and then you've got the other pot is this brass piece around the back. So I only need that bit, but it means I've got to buy the whole front panel. I suppose 75 quid for the whole lot isn't a bad price, but it is when all you want is that one little piece there. I don't know if you can get a dual pot. I might be able to get one made up. I'm trying to think who it was. What's the name of the company that made me some pots before? I've not seen anything like this though with the brass collar on it. Bloor Edwards, that's who I was trying to think of. I don't think there's anything else. PLO unit. Replacement capacitors. Microphones, RIT, notch. Unfortunately, that's a different pot altogether. From Bulgaria. If there's any other pictures of it, I'm pretty sure that is a different pot. Yeah. So, I don't know if that seller's got any more. Let's visit the seller's shop. See, there might be one off of another radio that'll fit it, of the same sort of era. They must have used very similar parts back in the day. Search, let's just put in an icon there. Memory encoders, not that one. 737, no. 756 Pro. That's that little 735 notch control. Lots of potentiometers, but it doesn't look there's any dual ones on there. SWR board. Some more little tiny ones. No. I thought that seller might have had something, you never know. But I thought it'd be very interesting for us to have a play with anyway. No, we're getting into more modern stuff now. Oh, there's one for sale there, look. Oh, 731. That looks the same unit, doesn't it, almost? 731. You know, that's got the same AF squelch pot on it. I wonder if we type in IC731. No, that didn't come out right. Let's try icon. So there's a brand new one, so for £219 you could have the whole set. Nah. 725, is that the same sort of pot on that one? Yeah, that's very similar. That may well use the same pots. IC725 then. Let's see if anyone's breaking one of those. God, loads of people got the power supply for it. Loads of people got the power supply. VFO spinner, low pass filter unit. I bet that's the same seller, that 65 quid. No. Well, it's worth a look anyway. It was worth a look. I'm not sure, milling chip, what the resistance is. It's a 47k dual pot log, is it? Yeah, Stream Elements should do. It's not doing anything, is it? What's happened to that then? Stream Elements is playing up now as well, look. Stream Elements. Just logging on my dashboard, find out what's going on. I don't know where the link's gone. Stream Elements is obviously running in the background. Chatbot, chat commands, timers. Yeah, it's enabled. Interval offline 30 minutes, interval online 10 minutes. Change that to 5 and that to 15. I don't know why that's not working. Should be. I've just redone it. Let's see what's happening. Dashboard. Super chat. I did get a tip from Danish, yeah. So we got some new subs as well by the looks of it. So here's my dashboard. If I go onto my screen. So this is my dashboard. So we've got Paul's just sent me a tip. That's come through, Paul, okay. Chris sent me a super chat. Rob sent me a super chat. We've got some Warrows for Reservoir is just subscribed, so thank you. I wrote another couple from Rob. Thank you, Rob. And this is going back to subs from previous. So this is just today's. So yeah, I'm not sure why the tip thing isn't working properly, really, but just refresh it again. Yeah. The bot is in your chat. So there you are. The bot is in the room. Did he come back on and say anything new? Don't know why that isn't. I'm not sure what the resistance is because I've popped the service manual up the other day and I couldn't find the pots on there. It's so complex, the manual. Icon might have one. Might do. Oh, you've got some for the Hacker SP80. I see, Simon. Similar dual pots in tape units for changing the bias. Mauser has a few dual pots. Well, as I say, next week we'll pull it out and have a look, because at the moment it's downstairs and it's blimmin' heavy. It's got the power supply unit as well, so next week we'll pull it apart and see if we can find out what's wrong with it. Well, that is the only thing that I can see that is wrong with it. So there we go. Well, luckily, at long last, touch wood, we've sorted Clint's radio. God, it's a nightmare, that. As I say, I have got another of Clint's radios in here, one of his amateur radios, which is going to be an even bigger headache. So more to look forward to there. So if you like watching me in pain, then you've come to the right channel. No, it doesn't like capitals, Rob. It'll kick you out. You got a part for your old IC3210 last year. Who did you get it through, Auntie? Did you message ICOM Direct, did you? Or did you go through one of the, whatchamacallits? One of the service people? Yeah, I don't know. It's a very new high-tech thing, Matamble. It's a 200 watt HF transceiver that's not switching on. So I'm hoping it's just a problem with the RJ cable that connects the front and back. And yeah, I'm hoping. There's a Facebook group, ICOM IC735 users. Okay. Yeah. Cheers, Harvey. Catch you soon, mate. Well, I'm off now. I'm going down to have my tea. I've got one other beer here to get down my neck, courtesy of John Turner. So thank you, John. I've still got a few of those left, mate. Bro, okay, thanks. Thanks, I will try Icon then. I'll see if I can message him. So thanks today for super chats and the tips. I don't know, Stream Elements tip thing isn't working today, but my PayPal's on my page if you want to do anything on that. Jamie, evening Jamie. Sorry mate, nearly missed you then. Thanks for dropping in. Have I missed anyone else? Shout if I've missed you. Russie's there. Hi Russie. I think I said hello to you earlier, Russ. Cheers, Les. Thanks, Joe. So yeah, at long last, there's not going to be a part 5. If it's a part 5, I'll give him my radio. So cheers, everybody. Have a good one, and I'll see you next week. Next weekend, even. Next Sunday. Let's see if this thing will work now, because I've got all sorts of different buttons I pushed. Where is my button? Where's my intro? There we go. Okay. I've got to push lots of different buttons, you know. Bye for now.